Hi everyone.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, hello.
How's everyone doing? I hope everybody's doing well.
Yeah, I am well. It is a hot day, but I am still well.
Same. I don't know why I brought a blanket to my chair because I'm just like, I just have it wrapped around me and I'm sweating. So this was not a good idea.
I do that all the time.
It's just so cozy.
Yeah. The blanket is such a nice feel, and it's just like, I just want it.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna take it off in like 5 minutes.
You get it, you get it.
Alright, we're in summer now, right? Yeah.
I think so.
We are in summer. We shall continue our farming adventures. Let's see if this crashes.
Yeah.
Is it gonna crash?
Are we gonna have 3 for 3?
I should take bets every time we do Stardew.
Bets of tulips.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Co-op. Switch over as quickly as possible. I think it's alive.
Did we get 3 for 3?
Come on, Stardew. It is alive.
We got 3 for 3!
Let's go.
Nice.
Let's go. Heck yeah.
I honestly do not remember what I was doing. It looks like I was going mining. I don't know why I was going mining.
I think you're just going to go. You're ornery, so you're gonna take it out on the monsters down there. Today is a neutral day, so pretty normal
Oh, hi,
day.
Mimi. I woke up in your bed again. I guess I slept here last night.
Oh, I was
I
in
don't-
my menu. I didn't see it. I was like, oh, is there another Mimi?
That's hilarious. We continue on with the possible romance of me being Pilot. I don't know what's going on. Or just the bed hopping adventures of Pilot.
I'll be in your bed next,
Oh, wait.
sailor.
Oops.
I forgot my
picked up the
watering
melon.
can. Oh, I remember we have preserve jars now.
Yeah. I found out something funny. I got a Stardew kick for my old like year 3 save, so I hopped into that and actually so I lied to y'all. I exposed myself a little bit. Whenever I hopped into that year 3 save, and I found out that I've never actually completed the community center ever in my life.
It's gonna be a first for both of us.
Yeah.
I've done that. Okay.
Make it happen.
Yeah. But I did find out that you can make mead with honey, and it cooks like 1,000 times faster than like any other thing you put in the keg.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's good to know.
You can get like 2 things of mead a day, but I don't think it sells as much as like the wine.
I don't think we're making any wine right now. I don't remember what
No,
we were doing.
we don't have the kegs right now.
Oh, we don't?
Uh-uh.
Alright, we only have the preserve jars.
Yeah.
A lot of geodes. You know what? I'm gonna take these to Clint.
Yeah. And we have one little spangle. And it's cute. Do they have sunflower seeds?
They do, but I don't remember the season.
I'm gonna keep these. over here.
Did we unlock the minecart last time? We
Um,
did.
Oh, did we?
Yeah, they're unlocked now. Nice. Okay, I want to go to town.
while you're there, if you don't mind, stopping by Pierre's if he's open and picking up one sunflower seed. You can
One?
pick up more if you want, but we need at
Okay.
least one.
I'll go to Pierre's. Soapstone, that's pretty.
Mhm. Um,
Oh, there's still one more geode. Hold up. Hello, Captain. How are you doing?
I
There we
think we were
go.
also going for the barn, but I think she's already building it.
A barn?
Yeah, she's building it. Sweet.
Okay, nice.
Nice.
I have to like remember where we're at.
Do we need any more fish?
Uh, Probably. I don't remember what season the walleye is in. Let me pull up the wiki because the wiki is just 1,000 times easier.
Got some
Uh,
pumpkin seeds.
Tiger trout is next season. Walleye is next season. Sandfish is the desert. And wood skip is the secret woods, which
I think we're
technically we can glitch
done
into.
for summer.
Actually, you know what? I don't have the thing for it. I need to upgrade it to iron. Okay.
Be right
Uh,
back. Gonna get some
okay.
water.
Sounds
Okay.
good. I'm gonna
Wait,
go to
there's
the
no
mines.
in-game audio?
Oh.
That's not good. Is
Oh
is
no.
there audio now? It might be because it's too low on my end. Wait. How's that? I hope that's good. Thank you for letting me know, Captain.
Mm-hmm.
Was this the seed chest? Oh, we don't have
The
space
seed.
for seeds.
You can put it in the green one, like the darker green one.
Okay. It's okay now. Alright, thank you so much. Yeah, it was too low because I used like a separate capture for it. And I had my own audio at 3 apparently, so it was capturing at 3.
Oh no.
Where do you want your sunflowers? I got
Uh,
3.
Anywhere you want to fit them in.
Anywhere?
Mm-hmm. It's for the dye bundle.
Oh, what? I'm gonna destroy this lovely little torch. Move it here. And then put 3 sunflowers. 3. There we go.
What did we? Oh, what did we need this prehistoric rib in Frozen Tier for? I don't remember.
I have no idea.
Also, I realized I don't have my pickaxe on me. Well,
Oh.
guess I'm going fishing instead.
I have my pickaxe, so I
That's fine.
guess I'm going to the mines.
You can. It's late. It's up to you though.
Hello, Sarah. Thank you for stopping by, and thank you so much for the follow. Welcome. We do have anonymous follows on, so if you'd like to introduce yourself, you can. If you want to lurk, that's perfectly fine. Thank
Oh,
you
that's
for the
for Gunther.
follow.
That's why.
Thank you for the hydrate, Captain.
Ah.
Okay, let me put these. Is it too late to go to the mines?
Maybe you can try it. I don't think you'll get down very far though.
Where is our mud?
Mud?
Yeah, I couldn't find the chest with mud, so I plopped it in the black chest.
Yeah, that's fine.
I'm John. I just got dropped from the plane. Welcome. Welcome, John. Thank you for the follow. Hello, Laplace Rabbit. Welcome. How are you?
Yes. Hello.
Oh, wait. Did anybody check on the mushrooms?
I can go do it.
Nope.
Okay.
I'm checking on the animals anyways, so.
Oh, I was coming back for the chickens, but I guess I'm good for
Yeah.
nothing. Is anyone going to the mushrooms right now?
Yes.
Oh, okay, then I spent the entire day walking around.
So did I.
I feel like that's what happens every time we come back to Stardew. The first day we just kind of wander around without doing
Yeah.
anything.
Exactly.
Oh, whoops. There we go.
Good,
I'm
the
fine. How
place.
are you all? I'm doing good.
Yeah.
It rained a little today, which was nice because now it's not as hot as it was
Ooh,
before.
that's always the best.
I'm hoping for some rain this afternoon.
Hi, Pilot.
Oh, Clint has my
Hello.
pickaxe.
I'm gonna follow you around because I don't have anything to do anymore.
Oh, me neither. I'm just wandering
Oh,
around,
great.
honestly.
Hi, Sailor.
uh, hello,
Hello!
hello.
Fantastic.
Oh, Sailor's doing something. Where's Sailor?
Down
Oh, I
bottom.
lost Sailor.
Oh, me
I ran
too.
away.
Oh no.
Sailor. Oh,
Hi, kitty.
I haven't pet our cat in forever.
What did we name the
Meow.
cat?
It was the default miso.
Yeah.
Oh.
I'm just getting rid of the rest of the trees
That's a
on
good
the farm.
idea. Oh, maybe I'll do that too.
I can't do the stones because I don't have my pickaxe. Because I think
I
Clint has it
just
right
have a
now.
pickaxe, so I guess I'll do the stones.
Yeah.
Well, there aren't any stones though. Oh, there's one here.
There's not a ton because I think I actually was like hunting them down for something we were getting built.
There's no like stone or free farm on this farm, right?
Wait, what?
You know how like the mountain farm has an area that's just stone? There isn't anything like that on this farm that needs to be cleared out, right?
No, not like that.
Wait, where does this path go? Do we have any spare paths in the chest?
We might.
Ew. I'm gonna try to get a path. Pilot's house.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine.
What about my house?
We're gonna make a path to it.
Ooh.
So we're all interconnected.
Yay!
That's good. This is a very weird path. I'm sorry, Pilot.
That's okay. It's kind of like, yeah, you kind of have to
Hi,
go around.
Pilot.
You have no choice.
Yeah.
Do you like your new front garden that's 2 pixels?
I love it. I love it. Low maintenance. Low maintenance house.
Okay. I'm pretty much out of energy.
Okay, it's like oh. Enjoy your night, Pilot. I hope it's comfortable.
Thank you.
Oh. Ooh. We got blueberry jelly. Oops. I didn't get to bed.
Oh, I keep putting the
Oh.
blueberries in the preserve jars because there were a
Is...
bunch of blueberries, so we just put them all in the preserve jars.
Oh, it's okay. That's fine. Was the acorn comfy?
Yeah, it was wonderful. I hope you enjoyed it too.
It's a little pokey, but once you get used to it.
Yeah.
Was the fish Greg?
I don't remember.
There's a fish named Greg.
It's your fish.
Who? Mine?
Yeah, Pilot, yours.
Wait, what?
You named the fish that you kept bringing to bed.
Oh yeah.
Yes, you're right. It is Greg.
Greg. Hi, Pilot.
Hello. Greg is in a chest somewhere. I forget. I kind of misplaced him, but
Oh,
he'll come back.
I hope
I
he's
miss him.
okay.
Part of me's thinking maybe we should just go ahead and harvest these melons. Because now Demetrius is
Yeah.
like, I want a melon.
Oh, really? Oh,
Yeah.
I didn't check my mailbox.
I'm just gonna go ahead and take them all. And hopefully I have enough gold quality melons to not have to deal with it. But we'll
Oh,
see.
did we not fertilize these ones down here?
We did. We got it. Yes. I don't have to do another batch of these.
We got the 5?
Oh, we got 5?
We got 5 gold star.
Nice.
I'm gonna put them. Oh. Why is that pickaxe in there? There's a bunch of melons in the food chest, so to speak. For that quest, so we can get that out of the way.
We need
Um.
pumpkins and corn, right? For the quality crops bundle?
What happened to this? What happened to the fence?
The fence?
What happened to the fence?
Oh my gosh.
What did this?
Wait. Is it this? Oh, shoot. What?
Well, the chickens are running free today.
The chickens, they wanted to be like hamsters, so they
They
bit
ate
off a
through it.
couple chunks.
Wow. Okay. I'm gonna make some extra chests. Because we need an extra chest.
Hello, Jack. How are you doing?
Hey, Jack! The color of jelly. Purple?
What jelly?
Just any jelly.
Any
My
jelly?
chat says they think the wood fences only last for a season.
I think
That's
it has
so
a specific
weird.
day, like after a certain amount of days, that starts like wearing down. Because it's been more than a season since we've had these
Oh.
guys.
Interesting.
They do wear down over time, though.
That's so weird. Okay, I'm gonna pull out anything that we can put in the preserve jar and put it in that chest next to the preserve jars.
Oh, anything?
Yeah, like anything we can turn into jelly.
I'm
And then
bringing 3 blueberries.
that one right next to my house, I've been putting the hops in there because those technically go into the kegs. I don't
House
remember
breaks
what else
over
we can put in
time. It's
there.
sad, but normal. Yeah, the fences don't last, unfortunately.
Sag. Maybe the tomatoes can go in there? I don't know.
I'm gonna go to the mines. Because that's what I was doing, apparently. Also, the bat is still in one of the chests. I don't remember which one.
It's in the white one.
Yeah, you guys can pick that up if you'd like. Hi, Pilot.
Hi, I'm following you to the mines.
Thank you.
I love it. That response. Like, I just found you in the world. I've now chosen
don't get
you.
lost, Pilot. Come on.
I feel like I'm a lost, like, imprinted baby following me around.
Bad decision because I
Fantastic.
did not bring food.
Me neither.
Well,
Great.
I'm planting all these summer seeds. Also, we're almost done with summer. We have like 8 days left.
Did we get any corn? I feel like we didn't
Yes.
get any corn. We did?
It's there. We need to harvest it. I'll grab it.
Oh, I harvest some. I have like a couple silver, some normal ones.
Yeah. I saw that in the chest, yeah.
Oh,
So we did get
ladder.
some.
Nice.
Oh no, Ghost. Ghost, no. Ghost needs to practice social distancing. Oh, ow. Ow.
Oops.
Okay. What is this?
Oh no.
Tomatoes, hot peppers, blueberries, and melons.
Oh, no.
Okay. What does corn go to? Corn goes to something.
Where's the ghost? Where are you going? Oh, it left us. Oh my gosh. There's an object that prevents this, but it's very expensive. Oh, for the fence? What is it? Oh no. Pilot, I'm abandoning you. I'm sorry.
Well, that's okay. Oh, is it infested?
Yeah.
I'm leaving too. Rough day in the mines.
I guess it's fishing time. Not mining time.
Yeah.
I just woke up. I might fall back asleep. If you do, I hope you have a nice nap. Hello,
I'd be
Shreya.
down.
Welcome. I'll be here for a short bit before I go back to Genshin. Have fun.
Okay.
Oh, the
Quality
ghosts are
crops.
probably here.
Take ya darn melons. Okay, we can do, ooh, can you check, if you guys are still on the farm, can you check to see if we have 5 gold corn?
5 gold corn.
We have 4. 4 in the
Very
chest.
close.
We can beat the quality crops bundle, I think, by next season. If we can get another gold corn and then 5 gold pumpkins next season.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Then I can be done with that bundle. I hate that bundle so much.
You submitted the melons, right?
Yes.
Okay, then I'm moving this to the other chest.
Yeah.
Oh, hello, chicken. Hi, Hilda. Oh, bye, Hilda.
Ooh, should we start planting fruit trees? Because those take 5,000 years. They take so long.
We can.
Okay.
If we can afford them, yeah, pick some up.
Next
I'll
season
cut
is
down
summer,
more
so
trees.
Same, I'll come
would it
join.
make more sense to plant a winter tree or a summer tree?
Um,
Probably a winter tree, because I think they take a long time to grow. If I remember right, it takes a whole season, maybe.
yeah,
30
they
days, I
take like a whole
think.
season. So yeah, we can shoot for the winter one. I did not turn this stuff in. Okay, I'll turn this in later. I don't know where that frozen tear goes to. I don't know why it's in there.
That's the community center trust.
But I don't know what it goes to. That's the thing.
Wait, what's Trout Derby?
Route
What do we...
Derby?
Yeah, there's like an event today. That's called
Interesting.
Trout Derby.
Is that... Where is the trout even picked up at?
Lake? Not
Interesting.
sure.
I'm gonna make some spicy jelly.
What does that even mean?
I think it's just where, like, you can... Oh, you know what? I bet you there's something around. Like, there's, like, a thing around.
A thing?
There should be, like, a sign somewhere. I think.
Like near water?
It might be in the mountain. Or in the
I wanna
river
go check
somewhere or something.
that.
I think if it's in the river, it's probably gonna be by Marnie's house.
Room, not you two.
It's down here by Marnie's house.
What does it do?
It's kind of like a little competition thing. Welcome to the Trout Derby. What can I do for you? Explanation. During this event, rainbow trout have a chance of carrying a golden tag. If you find one, turn it in here for a prize.
I wanna do that.
Yeah.
It continues tomorrow. I'm gonna go there tomorrow and do that. I think it's too late for me to catch rainbow trout right now.
Poison tier goes in the mining bundle, mining boiler room. Okay. I finished that one already, so I don't need that. I can sell it tomorrow. Thank you, Mysteria, though. Or Mystia. That's that name so wrong.
Wait, who are these? Who are you? Fishing sisters? You're not famous. If you were famous, I'd know you.
We just know Willy.
Willie is famous.
Apparently.
I love there's like actually people coming here for this.
Yeah. I bet you we're not gonna catch a single one. I got an anchor.
I think it's too late right now for rainbow trout, but
Probably.
chub. We can catch chub here?
hmm I think we finished what we needed with Chub too.
Yeah, we're done with
Also,
that.
I forgot to turn in the melon to Demetrius.
I did not even attempt to do that.
Yeah.
I think for the fish we only like have the fall and winter ones.
hmm
Is it any rainbow trout or like a specific
You're looking to
special
catch the
rainbow
one.
trout?
You're looking to catch one with a golden tag, and if you get a golden tag from it, then you go turn it into the dude and get rewards for it.
Golden tag.
Ooh. I don't think I've ever seen the golden tag before.
I haven't
That's
either.
new, I think.
I haven't participated in many of these like fishing tournaments.
I did not know this existed until like 5 minutes ago.
Heads
Oh,
up,
it's
it's
1
1 a.m.
a.m.
Oh, oops.
Oh no.
Yes,
Did we clear out this path?
I
Let's
did.
see.
Oops. We got a little locked in there.
Hi,
Oh,
Violet.
hold on, hold on, hold on.
Ooh. Hello. Wow, it's my bed this time.
Ooh, did we get the fairy?
The fairy! I just realized some of the melons look like the opposite direction. They're not all growing towards the same direction.
Interesting. We
Oh
can
my
make cheese.
gosh.
And the quality sprinkler, is that the one? Is that the one that we want that's significantly better?
Yes, I'm pretty sure.
So excited.
Golden ticket, yeah. Willy Wonka.
Hi guys. Bye.
Bye.
Hi. Wow, we had a wild night last night. All three of us.
I was like, Pilot's house is the closest. I'm sorry.
I'm not complaining. It was a good time.
Oh, oops, whatever. It's fine. I'm just picking these up.
What are these? Oh, tomatoes.
Tomates.
Do we have cranberries in Stardew?
Yes,
Are they like
I-
a crop or forageable?
they're a crop.
I want cranberries.
I don't know what season cranberries are in.
Me neither, but I think they were one of the best that season, like how blueberries are in
Yeah.
this season.
It might be fall then that has the cranberries, because I remember I had like fields and fields and fields of cranberries.
Cranberries
chat says
sell
they're in
for
fall.
pretty well. Okay, cool.
Sweet. Darn it.
I'm gonna go fish today because I want to get that golden tag ticket thingy.
Sounds Gucci.
Can we get the sunflowers? Yes.
Okay.
Stardew music.
Same. That can be sold.
Alrighty, fish time.
Oh, we have so much iron ore.
Iron?
Yeah. Iron
Why
bar,
do you
gold
have
bar,
so many
refined.
fish sitting? Cause fish. One of them is probably Greg.
Greg. I think he was like a yellow fish with blue spots.
I think it was a flounder, maybe?
Yeah, I think it was a flounder.
Oh man.
He asked Sailor which version of Power Rangers was her favorite. Sailor, that one's
Like which
for you.
era? Mystic Force. Other than the OG Mighty Morphin Power Rangers.
Oh my gosh.
Mystic Force was insanely good. That there. Now let's go see Gunther like we were supposed to yesterday. I'm also gonna water the cat.
Oh, I should probably take that melon to Demetrius. He can wait.
I wonder where my pickaxe is.
Your pickaxe?
Yeah.
You lost it? Oh, did you turn it into Clint by any chance? Or no?
I would think so. But I feel like it's been forever.
You should get it back tomorrow if you did turn it in.
I think I did.
Maybe you didn't pick it up.
The barn is ready. I'm gonna fix this fence.
Which barn animal was the first one we get?
Cows and sheep or goats.
Sheep? I like sheep. I like cows too. You know those fluffy cows?
Oh yeah, the Highland cows.
They are so cute when they swim because all their like fluff just goes poof. They're so adorable.
That's hilarious. Yay, wood.
Yay! What?
And hardwood.
Yeah! I just need 99 stone now for that bundle and it'll be done.
We may
Thank you
have
so
that.
much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Oh, Sailor, do you know if like the ticket, not the ticket, the tag. How do I know I got it? Does it tell me?
I have no idea. It probably like pops up in your inventory or something. I've never done it before, so
Maybe I should go fish with Willie. I feel like he'd have the best spot.
Dayla's fishing hole. Okay, let me go see Gunther before it gets too late. I'll deal with Demetrius's need for a melon later. I just got a really long message on Discord about my racing skills from my practice laps last night.
Oh.
Yeah. I have we got a little group together of me and a couple friends that and we started playing Forza Motorsport, which is like the classic take cars to thing and then race them and not like run into people and stuff.
Yeah.
On the tracks and everything, and Jane was like, she good, and this is why. I'm like, okay, that's a lot. Oh, there's so many rewards. Oh, God.
Yeah, there's a lot for you guys to claim. I kept submitting things to Gunther, and then he kept giving me rewards.
Well, I just
there should
took
be a
them all.
lot for both of
So
you.
I'm gonna decorate the town. I'm gonna leave something in the middle of town as a perfect centerpiece.
Oh my gosh, I did not tag you guys in my stream title. That is
oops.
what I forgot.
Oh no.
That was the thing
Uh.
that felt like was. Oh gosh, hold on. Let me fix that. Oh no. Oh no.
Would it be possible to Power Ranger morph? Uh,
No.
no.
I'm going now, but I'll maybe catch the end of stream. Have fun, girlies. Thank you so much, room. Have fun.
Yeah, have a good day. Okay. Okay.
Oh my gosh. Maybe it's this hard one. Because there was one that I missed that was hard. Now there's another one. Oh no, that's just the orange fish.
The
Hi,
fact that I can
Wooly.
put these pictures behind my fireplace is wild.
You gotta have a bit of a fire hazard if it's gonna be your home.
Yeah. Like, I can't even, like, look at it.
Got a tag!
You got one?
I got a golden tag. Hi, give
Wait,
me a
Nice.
reward. I got a tent kit. I don't know what that does.
a tent kit?
Uses to deploy a one-time use tent for sleeping. Can only be used outdoors.
Interesting.
Oh, for when you're late to coming home.
Yeah, I think so.
Mm.
I wonder how else you can get that or if it's just like a reward.
What if people Power Ranger morphed, but like into their work clothes and vice versa? I feel like you'd be a sim at that point.
Just do a little twirl and change your outfit.
Yeah. You would then be called a magical girl. You would not be a Power Ranger.
I just remembered when the update came out. I remember there was like slot machine or something in Lewis's house that would give you rewards.
Mm-hmm.
What is
That's
that thing and
for
how do we use it?
if you do things for the community, like off of the billboard or the message board thing, do those tasks for them, you get a ticket and then you can go turn them in and get prizes.
Oh, we haven't even unlocked that.
We have.
We have?
You can use the ones next to on Pierre's shop too.
Do those count?
Uh-huh. Ooh, I got a tag. Sweet.
Nice.
Nice.
Like how that was my third fish, and Mimi probably spent all day fishing for that
Yeah,
one
I've been
tag that
here the
she got.
entire day.
Yeah. Jack, why did you punch me?
Wow,
I'm not
Jack, that's so
answering any of your
rude.
questions anymore. I'm not answering them anymore. You're mean.
On fishies. One more. Just one more tag. Oh, Willie is leaving.
It's 11 p.m. That's why.
Hey,
Jack, I have both streams pulled up. So I can see both chats.
Taylor knows everything.
Come here, fishy! No! No!
Okay, I'm gonna try to catch something one more time, and then I'm going home.
I picked up some monster of a fish. I don't know what kind of fish this is.
Is it orange?
It was a pike.
It
Lame.
was a pike. Okay. I'm leaving.
It's not my fault. It was a different Jack. Nah. I see through the veil, Jack. It was you. It goes right over to pilot's chat. I'm being framed.
No, we saw Jack. The evidence is all there.
The logs are there. Okay.
Evil twin is wild.
Is your evil twin Jay? Because y'all both pulled the same stuff in my chat.
They really do. Hi, Mimi.
Pilot.
Oh my gosh. What have we named this guy?
Let's name it
Our new bedfish.
Bobby.
Bobby. There you go. It's a
It's
Bobby.
beautiful.
Why do I keep opening this chest? Also, I didn't turn in the golden tag, like, at all.
You didn't turn it in?
No.
Get my watering can. Squash. Oh, it's called summer squash.
Mhm. Have you guys seen that cucumber trend?
I have.
I tried one of them and I was like, eh.
Well, the thing is, I don't see why we need to basically like make a cucumber salad and why we can't just eat the entire cucumber. I regularly just eat an entire cucumber.
Just manhandle the thing.
Yeah, just eat the cucumber.
Dip it in some ranch.
I just put some salt on it and eat the entire thing. We don't need to turn it into a salad, trust me.
Oh, I love that. I do like the idea of having it be sliced for me, and I did find out that one of my little like cutter things I can use as a mandolin, and I'm like, sweet, yay. I'm gonna just try it with some basic salad dressing. Honestly.
That might be nice.
Like, I got a raspberry vinaigrette because I'm like, that probably tastes good.
I
The
like
one that
just putting some salt on it.
Yeah. Salt brings out a lot of flavor, to be honest. Is the dude still here? Nope. I just have this tag
yesterday was
now.
the last day.
I just have this tag now. For the next time he shows up.
I wonder if there's a different type, like,
There is.
because there is. Is it like every season or random?
I don't know.
Guess we'll find out.
Yep.
If there was a magical girl Power Ranger, will the transformation be a magical girl transformation or a Power Ranger transformation? Magical girl.
Okay, you know what? Screw it. I'm getting rid of this fence. I'm rebuilding it. I'm rebuilding it with hardwood because screw it. I didn't see if Laplace had actually given us an answer onto what wouldn't.
I don't think so, but I don't think the hardwood one is gonna fix that issue either. It's just gonna
It's
break
supposed to,
less frequently.
yeah, because like it's all breaking and it's making, it's upsetting me a bit. No, please don't.
Rooms. Oh, I need 5 pieces. We don't have 5 pieces. Oh, I wanted to pick up this flower, but apparently it's on like the mountain thingy around the farm. It's not actually on the farm.
Yeah. Be free, chickens.
Be free.
I
Oh,
thought-
they're almost max hearts. That's awesome.
Is it
Yeah.
really? Wait, animal?
Yeah,
They
they're
are!
like
Gretchen
one heart.
liked me! At the start,
Oh.
Gretchen, for some reason, had like liked me less than Hilda. But I pet them both whenever I pet them.
That happens. I should go check with Clint on my pickaxe. Unless I put it in some... Marnie, are you gonna go, like, man your shop? So I can buy an animal?
Do you know the VeggieTales theme song? No, I don't.
Honestly, I don't remember it either. I just remember I thought it was a bop when I was a kid.
I just realized I got a hug from LB. Yeah, LB. Okay. I'm grabbing this melon and I'm dealing with this melon thing now.
The mines go down to 100,
think-
right?
That or like 120.
120. I feel like it's 120.
I never watched VeggieTales when I was a kid, so I don't know it for that. I remember the "Where is my hairbrush" song, but I don't know the lyrics. My childhood friend that I used to live next door to watched VeggieTales. So, yeah. Now, where is this man? Da-da-da-da-da-da. Oh, Sebastian's out of his room.
Ooh.
He's still in the house, but he's out of his room.
That's something.
Yep.
Oh, I'll go down. We don't need anything in specific from the mines, right?
Just stone.
Stone?
Yeah, I think we need 99 stone for a bundle.
Did you guys already buy a sapling yet?
No.
Oh no, I forgot about that.
Me too, honestly, until now. I will buy the... Well, I don't think any of them grow in winter, so I'll buy a spring one, maybe?
Sure.
I think pomegranate, gives fruit in winter. They grow on in all seasons, I think. But they don't give fruit unless it's
It looks
their
like
season.
pomegranate is the fall.
Okay,
We
let me
might
pick
as well,
a different
yeah.
one.
Maybe we'll use the fall and the winter to grow all of them then. Because it looks like we won't have anything ready for the fall. So we'll slowly get from the top. I'll just buy a cherry and an apricot for now. How does that sound?
Sounds good.
Sounds good.
I caused a disturbance in town with my centrally located decorations. He's not open anymore.
Can I buy another tree? It's
Yeah,
6K. Yay! Thank you.
no
Okay, the
problem with me.
only thing we're missing is pomegranate and apple now.
Sweet.
Nice. Come on. And bats keep showing up, but I can't find the ladder.
Oh no.
Eat that.
Hi, Sailor!
Hello.
Hello, hello. I'm trying to decide where to designate the tree area.
I'm not sure.
Oh, can I use this area under the silo to the right of the greenhouse?
Sure.
Yay! Okay, now I'm gonna look up how to space these trees really quick.
Honestly, I'm probably about to just let these chickens just free roam.
I mean,
Screw
they
the
don't
fence.
mind free roaming, right?
No.
Yeah, they can just do their own thing.
I'll just extend the walk to the door. I need some food.
God, I need to find a ladder. Oh no, it's infested. Oh no. Need a ladder. Yeah, no, I give up. Keep forgetting that the minecarts are repaired.
Yep. Yep, Rooney. If you had to guess what exactly are the minions from Despicable Me, are they living plants?
Land.
Who knows, Jack? Who knows? Maybe on a good southern day they would be plants. Maybe on a bad southern day they're not plants.
Okay, you know what? I'm gonna go to bed because I don't have any energy.
Sounds like a plan. Oh, there's a thing here. Nice. It's a bridge.
Okay,
Great.
guys, do not cut any of the trees next to the silo.
Okay.
Got it.
Yay! Hi, Mimi.
Hi, pilot.
Okay. I have finished my wood related adventures.
Yay. Do we have the animals yet? Not yet,
No.
right?
Mm-mm. Because Marnie wasn't at the counter today. Just trying to get her so that I
Never
can.
there. Oh, what is
Mm.
this?
They're like geodes, but boxes.
Ooh.
Just like chilling on the ground.
No, we usually mine them up or fish them or something like that.
Oh, you got a flower.
Yeah, just for you. It has the same color
Thank
as your hair. It
you.
reminded me of you.
Aw. Thank you,
That's so
Pirate.
sweet. Somewhat perturbed today. I feel like I may have put my pickaxe in a chest.
There was a sword in one of the chests, but I don't remember a pickaxe. Might want to look around though.
I'm looking. There's so much fish in here.
Yeah, we have a lot of fish. A little too much.
I'm gonna
Thank you
clean
for
this
the
out.
alert.
We about to make bank.
I don't sell any of the fish because I can't decide which ones to keep and which ones to sell, so I just drop them all in the chest and hope that one of you sells them.
Well, now it's cleared out some.
Goodbye, fishies.
Hey, Kelly. Thanks for the lurk.
Did I water that? I did. Nice.
Do you think George would like hot pepper jelly? If he likes hot peppers?
I don't know, maybe?
I might sell it. I don't know if we want to try it. We could.
Maybe
Oops.
something in here.
Meow.
Gonna get some mushrooms and then head to the mines to hopefully get to level 75.
Okay. I'm gonna try to get a cow. Maybe a goat if I can afford it.
We can make cheese from both, right?
Mm-hmm.
Gretchen? Hi, Hilda. Okay, those are good to go. I'm heading to the mines. '70. Whoops.
Marnie, when do you work?
I wish she had like schedule or something in front of her door.
She's just got one of those, like, most days. Like, Robin does. I'm gonna see if George likes this hot pepper jelly. I feel like he
Technically,
would.
that should be better because he says it's good for his like knees. Wouldn't jelly be easier for that?
Yeah. Question is where is he at?
Good question.
Yeah.
He's usually at home or at the shrine thingy in Pierre's house.
Oh, is it one of those days?
Oh, are they doing like their Pilates class or something?
Yeah.
Oh.
That's what they're doing right now.
Okay, hopefully I won't run into an infested level this time. Whoops. Oh, there's 3 of you. Oh my gosh.
Oh no.
Why is there 3 of you? Oh no. There we go.
He had my pickaxe this entire time.
He's a friend.
Yeah. I think what happened is I got the notification last stream that it was done.
Yeah, probably.
So now I've spent like 3 days without a pickaxe for no reason because I forgot. Okay, well I'm selling this hot pepper jelly because I can't find it now. We'll have more in a bit.
Hi.
I successfully thrown a boomerang. No.
I don't think I ever tried to throw a boomerang.
I don't think I've ever had any hands on a boomerang. Ever.
Okay. This was pretty easy today. But I could get to 80. Very likely, but worth a shot.
Yeah.
Maybe I thought I was hella lucky seeing 4 ladders in a row, but it was you. I was like, I have insane luck today. Thank you, Stardew Valley. And I was
Yeah.
like, oh.
Finish cleaning up the farm.
Where's the ladder?
Found it.
Oh, there is a ladder.
Gotta
There's
take
Bat.
the banjo out. I gotta sing the
Oh,
songs.
too bad. Great.
As we cutting down some trees. And I got a box.
Found the ladder.
Yeah.
Oh no. There we go.
And they digging in the dirt till they get down to level 120.
Ladder.
Nice.
I feel like we can get to 80.
Yeah, I think so too. There's a ladder up here.
Nice.
Level 80.
Slime. There we go. Oh,
We're 80.
nice.
Boots.
Boats.
Sweet.
This is a
We're
pretty
in the
good
home
mining day.
stretch. Yeah. We got like what, 30 more floors to go?
No, 50. No, 40. 40. We got 40 floors.
Ooh, this is
Oh, we just
where
got to 80. I thought we got to 90. I forgot that number in like a matter of 2 seconds.
Yeah?
I'm gonna set up some tapper trees over here.
Oh, I don't think we have any of those yet. That'll be
No.
good. Put all of these here. I think I'm gonna go fishing tomorrow.
Violet, do you know how far away the trees have to be from each other to fully grow?
I put them like 2 spaces in between. Like each tree needs one all around it.
Okay.
So 2 between them. I think it also like didn't let me plant them that close to each other actually too. Like it was red. So I think the game
Oh,
like got
Oh,
updated or something.
they'll let you plant them that close.
Oh, maybe they only put a limitation on the saplings because those are expensive.
oh
Maybe.
yeah, maybe.
Okay. Do I have any? I don't. Not enough. At least.
I did a good bit of progress on my model the past couple of days. It's getting very
Nice.
close to the rigging stage. I feel so
Mhm.
impatient though. I want to I want to start using that model as soon as I finish it, but at the same time, I want to finish all my overlays and stuff, do a proper debut stream, and then start
Yeah.
using it.
So exciting.
Yeah, that is exciting.
I can feel that eagerness to use it too, because even though mine is like a pre-made one off Etsy, like I just was like, nah, I'm just sending this.
It's just gonna take so long. The model itself, I've been working on this for months, and then it's gonna take months for me to finish, the overlays, the emotes, like all the new
Yeah.
stuff I want to add in.
Yeah.
And I feel so impatient. I don't wanna wait.
Yeah. It takes time.
Yeah, that's definitely how I felt too. Like I was like, I want to debut this. I don't want to make it have like a too crazy debut, so I just use like all the same overlays and everything.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Okay, that at least looks better.
Keep watering the wrong stuff. Tyler, are you watering the corn?
Yeah.
You don't need to water those.
Oh, I'm dumb.
Oh no, the ones on like the out.
There's
Actually,
sprinklers.
no, that works. Yeah. I was looking at it, I was like, there's not sprinkler for some of those. I'm like, wait a minute, yeah, there is.
I can't see. Oh, there we go. That's watered.
You just saved me my energy. Thank you, Mimi. I don't know why, but I was doing for the hops too, and I was like, why?
Yeah. Okay, let's clean this my inventory up. And then I can actually go to the mines today. And like participate.
Nay. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go to the mountain lake, I think, because we have the mine carts now, so it's really easy to get there.
Yeah.
Oh, I should have probably brought a melon with me so I can give it to Demetrius.
I can bring one to you.
That would be great.
That's a good reminder. I need to do that too.
Oh no. I missed the fish while I was fixing my headphones.
Sag.
Come on, fishies. That's a very chill fish. Hi, sailor.
Hello.
Oh, melon?
Yeah.
Melon!
Oh, to sell that. Oops. Well, now I have mayonnaise to eat as well. While I'm down here.
Okay, let's see if Demetrius is at home. I feel like he's usually around here somewhere. Maru's here.
Walker boots. Interesting.
Oh, he's probably... Does Demetrius go to the clinic?
I don't know.
Wonder where he is. Are you around here? No?
Oh no, the Stardew jank is not working in my favor today.
And here we go.
Oh no. Bro, why do you guys not have any knockback at all?
I found the decorations you placed down, sailor. I have no clue where Demetrius is. I give up. He should come get the melon himself.
Yeah, just come on to the farm. Okay, maybe I can have a better time now?
If you had to pick between being stuck in the Trolls universe or in the Shrek's universe, which one would you pick? Am I a human in the Trolls universe or a troll?
I do not want more than one of y'all, please.
Up to you, I guess. I didn't think that far ahead. Trolls. I'd prefer the Trolls universe.
Oh, hi, Mimi. Good luck on the fish.
Violet, thank you.
Crazy monsters today. Get me out of that one.
The Trolls universe has a troll-sized human? No. As like a human
No!
human. Oh no,
Oh,
Sailor!
Sailor!
Oh god. What did I lose? I don't want to lose the mayonnaise. The jank. I lost the strange bun.
Chest. Wanna get the chest. I think we're gonna have to go to Clint again for the geodes.
Mm-hmm.
The Trolls universe or the Despicable Me universe isn't the Despicable Me universe just like regular, normal life? I don't think it's different. Oh, whoops.
Mm.
No, because we don't have freeze rays. I mean, I don't I don't think that's very important. I would go for Despicable Me because it's not that different from just, you know, our normal universe.
Okay. I'm upgraded a little bit for that, I think.
Nice.
Freeze rays aren't important.
I don't think I said that freeze rays were impossible. I'm pretty sure that question was actually pointed at Tyler, and he said that freeze rays are, or at least freezing, as a result of lack of heat. So it would be impossible because you need to have something strong enough to remove the heat at that level to create a freeze ray.
Yeah. What if you believe hard enough?
I think if you believed hard enough, you would also probably have the answers to these questions.
Come on, fishies. There
I
we
picked
go.
up a ruby for my desk. We need some corn.
I'm gonna head back.
Okay.
I'm gonna do another mining day tomorrow, I think. Oh, I'm also gonna go to Clint for the geodes.
You take the boxes too. Or the box.
Oh, you guys found some of them?
I found one.
It goes in here. I need these two, I believe.
Cat.
And this.
A sailor with thermodynamics. My husband's just smart. On another level.
Despicable Me or Minions? I don't know what the difference is, Jack.
Those are exactly the same.
I have no idea what the difference is.
Neither do I.
I think I got all of those. Good. Explain why they aren't the same, Jack. Why are they not the same universe?
Nuclear engineering is considered the hardest type of engineering. I don't doubt your statement. Yeah. I do give him credit where it's due. I love picking his brain sometimes and hearing his stories. They're great.
And Minions Gru doesn't exist until the very last scene in the movie?
Real?
That doesn't mean it's a different like that is not a good argument, Jack. Hello, pilot.
Hello. There's a bookseller in town. What?
Yeah. I don't think we can afford anything, but it's above Joja.
Oh, it's the books that helps your skills and stuff, right? Is that
Yep.
what it is? Okay.
Yeah.
And the only one that's really worth it is, I think the wind walking speed.
Oh.
Okay. George needs a pepper now. Game, can I get like another corn, please? That'd be nice.
I think we'll get it eventually because we've got fall too.
Oh yeah, I forgot we have fall. I thought they were all gonna like die.
They're alive. They're alive for a bit longer.
Oops. I missed.
We don't have any plans for winter right now, right?
No. Winter is pretty mine heavy, to be honest.
Yeah. Did I pick everything up? Yes. But little guys. There you go.
Okay.
Ayo.
Mayonnaise. I need to try Kewpie mayonnaise.
I have not tried that.
I kind of want to see if you can put a squash in the preserve jar.
Maybe. I feel like it makes sense.
I feel like most of the crops for this season 2 can just like be turned into jelly.
Yeah.
Hi, Mika.
Oh, Miko, welcome. are you doing? I gotta check on the mushrooms. Hello, mushrooms. Ooh, I think I leveled up my foraging. There we go.
Okay. That's all the iron that we currently have being smelted. Sweet.
I hope you start feeling better within the next few days, Mika.
Ooh. Pneumonia
Ooh.
sucks.
Yeah, it's terrible. Okay. I did not have to walk. I could have taken the minecarts. I forgot about that.
To think we might actually have quite a bit of resources to make a few of those sprinklers. So we can have some better crops next
What
season.
do we need for those?
I don't remember. I know we need iron, refined quartz, and maybe gold. Okay, we can get cows right now. I'm going to get a singular cow. What would we like to name it?
Oh, the cow?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Burger.
Burger. Burger. Great, I'll send little
Burger
Burger to her
cow.
new home right away.
Oh
Yay!
no.
Okay, let me get a milk pail too, so we have that. We can get a dog house and a cat tree.
Cat tree?
There's cat trees and a birdhouse and dog houses.
Really?
Sweet. Yeah.
Oh, that's so cute. Okay, we're in the fire levels now, right? In the mines.
Something like that. I picked up a ruby while I was down there.
My cat's here.
Meow.
Hello, Choo Choo.
Choo
Oh, I
choo.
forgot to bring my pepper.
We got a dwarven translation
is
thing. I
this?
think we can talk to the dwarf now, actually.
Ooh, yeah.
Nice.
Is your pickaxe strong enough to break the wall?
I don't know. I don't know if a copper pickaxe has the ability. Also, again, I'm walking, even though I could have taken the white cart.
About silent letters, Jack, it's usually either because it comes from a different language into English, or it was actually pronounced at some point, and then people just stopped pronouncing it because it was too hard.
Yeah. Like Latin or
French does it
what
a
if,
lot too.
yeah.
On ladder. Oh, this is the fire crab place, I think.
Okay. That's everything.
Whoops.
We don't have any gold bars in here. Okay. What do I need for this then? Okay, so I'll be able to make 2 of them, and that's
Hi,
it.
little
No,
guy.
more than 2. I can make 3 of them.
I don't remember how this thing attacks me. I killed it though. Oh, hi, slime. Ow, you're killing me. You're kind of pink though. I think you're supposed to be red, but you're kind of pink.
Oh, this poor cow.
Is Burger home?
Yep.
I'm gonna meet them on my way back. I don't think I can get to 85.
Need a chest in here now.
Mika, I have a question for you. Since I know like the word for Denmark in Danish. Do you guys pronounce the D in that? Like, do you pronounce the D in Denmark in Danish?
Wood, stone, hardwood, and copper. Hardwood. Stone, copper.
Oh, that takes so long to mine. Oh, hi, little guys. There's 2 of you. Oh, you don't like me very much. Yesterday, I ran into this one cat. It had 7 kittens, and they put like a little camera on her collar.
Oh.
And it's so cute. She's just carrying around her little kittens.
That
Oh
sounds
my
so
gosh.
precious.
I lost the ladder. Oh no. Not good. Not good. Okay, there we go. It's D towards the end of the word that we don't pronounce. Like, you don't hear D in the word sun, I'm assuming. But you hear it in, I can't see, del. Yeah, that makes sense. Turkish does that with the letter R, except native Turkish speakers are not aware of that. That is like only something someone who learned Turkish would know, or like a phonetician or something.
Yeah.
Natives are not aware of that. It turns into this blend of R and the sh sound.
Those sound like really
Hi.
hard sounds to make. So kudos to you guys for being able to do that.
I
Hello,
don't think I
Mimi.
could make that sound like on its own. I can only like do it when it's, at the end of the word, and that's just how it's pronounced.
Yeah.
Oh.
Do you have a favorite word in any language you speak? Ooh, I have a
Mine is
couple.
mine is possum in American Sign Language.
Awesome.
I love the sign for possum.
What's the? I'm gonna look that up. I don't know the sign for possum.
So you have your hand in front of you, like palm facing down and like I guess perpendicular to the way you're facing. You close your fist and you stick your index finger out, and then you take your other hand, make that same shape, and then just hook that index finger on, or your right hand's index finger on your left hand's index finger, like you're hooking it, and then you rock it back and forth like a possum hanging from a tree by its tail.
Oh, it's so cute.
Yeah.
I love that. I really like 물 in Korean. Water. 물. That's what I really like. What do I like in
Ooh.
English? I like
Do you like serenade?
no.
Jay despises that word for some reason.
I know.
It's such a normal word.
I like wow. That's not like a word, but wow, like saying wow is nice. I like W. W is nice.
Oh, I can agree.
That's a good pick.
Ooh, we got some emerald.
Um, let's do strawberry. I think we were gonna do the seed maker thing out of this, but I have a feeling that we're probably not gonna do it. That's fine. We can always get more. Ooh,
Ooh, I got iridium eggs.
Ooh.
nice. Oops, I actually opened that door.
I love the world. What does that say? Namu? You like Namu?
Tree in Korean?
Yeah,
I
tree.
like that too, yeah. It's very cute.
I like 고양이.
Oh
Cat.
yeah. It sounds so cute. It's very fitting.
Yeah.
My friend hates cats, and sometimes he's like "choyangi," which is like a curse word mixed with goyangi. And apparently, it's a common thing to say sometimes. So, fun fact.
Educational stream today.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of a Turkish word I like. Hmm.
Oh, this is the wrong house. Oh, he just says
Oh my
thanks.
god. Take this to Clint. Doodle is a nice word.
Very cute.
Oh, I found the little bear. Ah,
That I put in the cemetery.
yeah.
Ominously in the cemetery. Uh, there was one other thing that I put.
Good. There we go.
I don't have any
Ooh,
food. This is a really bad idea, but you know what? We've all.
Obsidian. You guys have a favorite stone, like in real life?
Down?
What's a don? Am I dumb?
I don't know what a donut is either, unless we were talking about donuts.
Ooh. Donuts are hard for me to choose.
Oh, wait, are you guys asking me what I said?
Yeah.
Oh, I said stone.
Stone. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Um, I have a couple. It's mostly amethyst, but I really kind of fell in love with morganite when I was looking at engagement rings. Very pretty stone.
What color is Morganite?
It's like this pinky color, like almost like a champagne pink. Hi, this is why
Hi.
I was.
Oh my gosh, you're my hero. You are no longer my hero.
Nope.
I'm leaving. It's too dangerous here.
Yeah.
Oh no.
As soon as you said that, I went down and I was like, yep.
I
Oh,
really
hi,
like.
Mimi.
Oh, are you up there? I just went
No.
down.
Yeah. Well, I'm not going back down now.
I might once I go to the spa.
Oh my gosh. Oh, that
Are you
was
down there,
nice.
Mimi?
Yeah.
Were you guys
Oh my
at
gosh, good luck.
81?
Yeah.
Oh, there
We were
was a
past that.
ladder.
Yeah. There was like 4 of them.
There was
Because I didn't
four
realize
what?
Pilot was. There was 4 ladders. I didn't realize Pilot was already down there and got down like
Yeah.
4 levels.
Yeah, we're almost there, but that last level there is so scary. Also, my favorite stone is, I think I'm biased because I just like
Oh no.
noticed it because of my like birthmark stone or something, but I think I
Mhm.
like pearls. Pearls are cute.
Ooh.
Pearls are pretty.
I don't know if they count really for sure, but I like pearls.
Pearls is a good choice. I would consider it the same. Or as a stone. It's a gemstone.
Mm.
Yeah. Okay,
What
I
were they for
reset the
you, Mimi?
mines.
Or did you already say yours?
Rose quartz and sapphire.
Ooh.
Ooh. That's a good one for sure. Stops healing you if you move around, and I'm like, bruh.
Oh, and the thing.
Mm-hmm. Good enough.
Do you have a favorite, Mika?
Looks like rose quartz is Mika's favorite. Those are also very, very pretty. Chaos emeralds.
Chaos emerald.
So, you like a chunk of uranium. Though, fun fact, uranium actually doesn't glow at all. And it's actually not green. It's like this yellow-white
Violet?
color.
Hey. Wait, did you just clear it out? This looks different.
I reset the mines because there was a infested level.
Oh, you could do that?
Yeah, if you leave, they reset. Oh my gosh, I'm
Oh.
gonna die to this thing. No, 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 I don't want to give it to Sailor. I want to eat it. No, I don't want to leave. Eat it.
Be gone, demon!
There we
Be
go.
gone!
We did it together,
There we
teamwork.
go.
Heck yeah. I hate those things. They're annoying.
I don't know. This is like unrelated to stones, but it remind me of this
Oh,
memory for
ladder.
some reason.
Mm.
For like a science project thing once, I made plastic from milk. That one,
Oh, what?
Oh,
that piece of little plastic, I still have it. It's still going strong.
that's funny.
Oh, we got a
Ladder.
ladder.
Yeah.
Oh, magician, be careful. Ah!
Oh gosh.
Corner it.
Oh my gosh,
Oh,
we're so strong together. We got this guy
Yeah.
now.
this guy is strong. Oh, we got void essence.
Nice.
They can't take all three of us
Oh, no, no,
together.
no, 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 no. Oh, no.
Is there another one? Why is he? Oh,
Should
I've
I
released
eat?
him.
Oh, I can't eat the crab.
Haha.
I should probably eat something.
Ladder. Oh my gosh, we made it. We
Ooh,
made it.
Yay.
nice. Okay, I'm leaving now. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Just a
I made
flurry of
plastic from
swords.
milk. Yes, I made plastic from milk. I don't remember how exactly I did it, cause my dad was like a chemistry professor, so he did like 90% of that project.
I shouldn't have left. I shouldn't have went down that ladder.
Oh, I'm coming. I'm coming. I got distracted by a bunch of crates.
It's okay. I saw that there was like a fire quartz like down below, and I was like, I'm going down. Not even thinking that there
What's the
possibly could have been
bus
like.
for? It takes you
Ooh.
to the desert once you unlock it.
Hey, buddy.
Oh my
Ooh.
gosh. Oh
We
my
should leave. We should
gosh.
leave. We should leave. We
I'm
should leave.
going.
We should leave. Oh my
I'm
god. I
going.
can't make it up the ladder.
Oh,
No, sailor!
sailor.
It was
He
You really
Robin this
wasn't
time.
there.
remembered.
Just put all my tombstones in front of the house. Jack, why didn't you punch me again?
I'm gonna get up for 2 seconds to help my cat.
Okay. I'm just gonna go lay down in bed.
Good idea.
Just saw you go straight into my house.
You're here? Are you here?
I saw you go straight in the door as I entered the bar.
I was like, I was gonna join you, but then you weren't here, so then I couldn't be as slick. I didn't know you were still out.
A root
Honey.
splatter. Man, I want some more Hello Panda cookie things. So I'm gonna be back.
Okay.
Oh no, I forgot my watering can. Come here. Why do I have a fan in here? That needs to go to Gunther. Do we have any events coming up in summer?
I don't think so in the summer. There's only 2 days left, and I haven't gotten mail about anything.
Oh, right, it's the 27th. I did not look at the date.
When is the jellyfish festival?
Oh, I don't know. The moonlight jellies?
Yeah, yeah.
I have no idea. Whoops. The Knuckles show. Knuckles has a show?
Honestly, I did not know Sonic had so much content out until I met Jack and Jay.
There's a lot of Sonic stuff.
I did not know they had like 3 movies already.
They
Or
do.
2. Yeah, it's
They
yeah.
do.
I need to watch them. I'm usually on top of or semi on top of animated movies.
Oh, we have to steer. There we go. Oh, how do we... Iron, gold, or find quartz. That should be okay. That shouldn't be
Okay.
hard to do.
Refined quartz?
Yeah, for the qualities. Why are the paths just like popping off of the ground?
What?
I like... They'll just be kind of just, you know... Like... They break, but they don't disappear. They're on the ground.
That's so weird.
Okay, this is going to Gunther, and then it is mining time. Oh, I didn't bring food. Well,
Oh, you going to the mines? I'll join you.
yeah.
I didn't bring food either. I just go to the
Wait.
spa. I'm like super cheap. My frugality goes to Stardew.
Donate to museum. There you go. You should play all the Sonic games? I don't think I can do that.
Yeah, that's
I
a
don't think I can do that.
that's a time commitment.
Are you already in the mines, pilot?
Yeah, I'm in the mines. I am running for my life.
85 or... Oh yeah,
Yeah.
you're here.
Careful, Mimi.
I got this, I got this.
Yeah, run away, little guy.
Can we kill this little guy or... Oh, we can. Oops. But they're all good except for Sonic Heroes. Why is Sonic Heroes not good?
That's an opinion.
Whoops.
Do you disagree, Sailor?
Yes.
Honestly, I kind of trust Sailor on this one.
I can agree that it controls like crap on the rail level. Once you get past the rail levels, you're fine.
Oh, I'm attacking in the wrong direction.
Oh, ladder!
Oh. Whee. Even Jay would agree with me on this. That doesn't matter. There you go.
We got a diamond! We probably have some already, but we got another one.
Yeah, we do have one. We can sell them, to be honest. Well, we were holding on to one for the crystallarium, actually. So then we can produce them forever.
I found a ladder. It's pretty far in.
I'll be there. I'm grabbing the gold on the way. Oh, there's emerald too. Yay! Let me eat this. There we go.
Nice.
Oh god. Oh no. Slimes, no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
Don't die.
Are you coming with me? No.
I have like no health.
Well,
They're
Let me
down
eat some
there.
stuff.
We can run away with a ladder. You went to the left side already, right?
Not all the way.
I'm gonna run out of energy soon. Oh yeah. I'm gonna head to the spa for a bit.
Okay.
Go up. There we go. Shadow the Hedgehog, people say the controls are bad, but it's not even that bad once you get used to it. I'm not saying Sonic Heroes is terrible, it's just the worst Sonic game. I don't know. I know nothing about that. Hello,
I
Oh,
just.
Jay. Thank you for the Arlecchino plushie. And thank you, Jack, for the
Hi,
model.
Jay.
Oh, wait, I'm going the wrong way.
Yeah, no, I just grew up with Sonic Heroes, so.
I'm having a very southern day, Jay. Hope you're having a southern day too.
The woods are thick back here in the corner. I think this is where Grandpa's grave is, too.
There's a what?
I think this is where Grandpa's grave is, too, on the
Oh,
farm.
God, you need energy. You gotta mine.
Mimi, I'll wait at 87 for you because I'm out of energy too. But I
Oh
don't want to
no.
reset it.
Okay, I'm ready. Let me try to get back to 87. I don't know how we made it down to 87, so hopefully I don't get lost.
Make it to 80 today.
Come faster,
85
Mimi! Come
Christmas.
faster!
Oh no. Violet!
Oh,
Oh, I'm running. I'm running. No, Violet!
no!
Violet!
Oh,
Oh no. Oh
Glitch found me.
no.
Oh, we only lost 100 G? That's not bad. I didn't
no.
even lose an
Violet.
item. That's pretty awesome. Hello!
Lucky.
Let me see if we can easily go back down or if it's not looking great. Yeah, not looking great. Let me get this chest and then just leave. Is the Christmas thing the thing you messaged me about a while back, Jack? Oh no.
Right! I noticed that after the stream last night. I was like, holy shit. Yay, 600! Thank you very much, Jay.
I'm gonna go home. Oh, I asked if the Christmas thing is about the thing you messaged me about a couple weeks back. Oh, where's our gold?
I
Yes.
mean a lot of it.
Oh, okay. I'll put the ones that I got in the chest then. Oh, I also picked them up. We don't have space in here. I picked up a geode, but we probably need another chest for mining.
No.
All of December? Oh boy. It's gonna be the
Welcome
most
home.
wonderful time of year. Oh, hello, Pilot.
Hello.
You even brought home food.
Yeah, fruit. It's the same color as your dress, so it reminded me of you.
Thank you. Thank you, Pilot.
Anything for Mimi.
I'm gonna put this in my chest along with my flower. There we go. Where are these
Oh,
going?
you keep them. I'm
Yeah.
touched.
We have that 99 stone now.
Nice. You just make bad deals, Mimi. I think that's a little more than bad, Jack.
Jack actually makes the worst deals. How did you sign up a whole month of your life, like in a maid outfit for a bingo? What kind of deal is that, Jack?
Mhm.
What's the
Wait,
last
was it maid
day?
outfit? It's a sexy Santa outfit. I'm wrong. Maid
Oh
outfit was
lord.
last
Yeah.
time.
Hmm. Sounds like Jay gets himself into these predicaments himself. And then he's like, don't mind me. I keep looking in this chest and I don't know why. Ooh, the moonlight jellies is a thing tonight,
Where's my what? Oh, it's today?
I think. Or tomorrow.
Nice.
At like
Squishy
10 p.m.
friends. I still gotta give Demetrius his melon.
We have the 5 golden corn.
Yay!
Yay!
Yes.
Can I give them gifts during the Moonlight Jelly thingy when they're all there?
I don't
Probably.
think so, but I could be wrong.
I don't want to hunt down
I trust Sailor.
Demetrius.
You probably can.
We'll see.
I don't know. Something like that. Do 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 do.
It's not even October yet. What does it have to do with October, Jack? Isn't the deal for December? Is that a cloud or is it watered? I think it's watered. Actually, no, that is not watered. They're all done.
Yeah, same. Sailor, your shirt reminds me of a shirt I have in real life. But it's like a green shirt. It's the same type of green, but I have Bowser on it, like a pixelated Bowser on it. It reminds me
Oh,
of that. It
that's
looks
so
a lot
cute.
like that.
Oh, that's so great. I kept randomly picking up shirts. And I don't know why.
Hey,
Dude,
where
I
are you
found
picking up
so many
shirts?
I
shirts.
fished them out. I mined them. I don't know. They just kind of showed
Amazing.
up. Now I'm thinking about mushrooms, and I kind of want mushrooms, but I don't know how to cook them in many ways other than just fry them in a pan, kind of.
I don't like mushrooms, but I know some people like put cheese on them while they're like frying them on the pan.
Yeah,
That might be
Ooh.
nice, maybe.
yeah,
I like them in like fried rice and stuff. I don't know why. It's really good to me.
yeah. It's a nice difference in texture. Okay, it's quality crop bundle. Take the corn.
We just need. What do we need? Pumpkin?
Pumpkins. Yep. And then take
Nice.
this corn, please.
Oh, whoops, whoops. There we go.
Oh, we should get next time we have a jelly come through, we should save that.
Jelly?
Uh-huh.
Like the river jellies and stuff?
No, the preserves jelly.
Oh, the regular jelly.
Ooh.
The regular jelly, yeah.
I I just did not think of regular jellies.
Same.
Dude.
I
I'm
wonder.
guessing in 20. Oops, sorry. I was not supposed to be.
Nothing in here. Oh,
Okay.
oh,
Uh,
because oh, I went down the ladder. That's why. Oh, hi, little guy. Hi. Please don't kill me. Please don't kill me. I don't like it when you do that. There you go. Let's see if we can get to level 90. Why is there two of you here? Oh my gosh. Okay. That one wasn't too bad.
mhm.
Oh, there's a slime.
Like how Pilot's gone shopping in JoJo.
I
You're
went
so
to look for
Jojo.
Shane. He is my second beloved.
Can respect. Can
But I think
respect.
it's his day off, so he might be at Marnie's.
Probably.
Oh, I haven't met Burger. I forgot about Burger.
I need to go check on
Same.
Burger. I think I need to go check on Burger.
I'm checking on the chickens, but I forgot about Burger. I have not met
Good
Burger
about
yet.
Burger. Damn.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. I'm dead. I did not think a slime would be that strong.
Oh yeah, they get nasty.
The
Oh,
slimes
there
are
goes.
crazy.
Well, there's a first for everything. 3 items? I lost my void essence and my emerald.
It's okay.
Ah,
I gotta figure out how to get 10.
got a
Hey.
decorative lantern. I don't know how, but I have one. This way. There we go. Heal up. Oh, it's planting day tomorrow.
Yeah. It's gonna be fall. We made it to fall already.
Fast.
Yeah.
We didn't have to water our crops. We could have just watered the corn.
We don't need to water the corn either.
But didn't the
Um,
corn carry over?
they do, but they're on sprinklers, remember?
Oh, right.
Speaking of which, I should make some more. So guys have been bringing in a nice load of gold for me.
I think we can have most of the crops on quality sprinklers in fall.
I think so too, actually.
When does the uh midnight jellies thing start?
Like 10 p.m.
Okay, I'll go down the mines then. These are some strong slimes. No.
Okay, we have 7.
Oh, Jay's tulip is late again. Okay. You guys have any plans of playing any scary games during October?
I do.
Do you have any games planned?
Um, one of them
Unless
was
there was
gonna be
pies.
one of them was
Uh-huh.
Signalis, and then I've got a couple of Chernobyl games that I want to play. I'm kind of gonna make that whole month be spooky, but varying spooky.
That's a good
So not,
plan, I think. That would be fun.
yeah.
Ow! Sorry. I was just speaking to you and then this crab showed up and I panicked.
Yeah.
Oh, I found a letter.
I will be there. I hope.
Nice.
Where is it, pilot?
Bottom right. It's really
Nope,
dark where it is.
found it.
Nice.
There we go.
Do we need that red mushroom for anything?
Oh my gosh. I think we might need it for a bundle, but we might have already submitted one.
Yeah,
I
we
need a
did.
letter. Yeah, I think we did. We need 2 purple mushrooms though. I think I put that in the
Yes.
chest.
I need to
You
deliver
ever
the other
seen that
one.
stardew mod where they have Pokemon? I don't know about that.
I haven't seen it for Stardew, but I've seen it for Minecraft.
No. I think there was like a server or something for it on Minecraft.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Yeah, the Dance of the
Oh,
Jellies.
I'm leaving.
I'm also leaving.
Going to town.
Oh, I didn't bring the melon and the chili. Well, oh, thank you, pilot.
Yeah. Hey, take this too. Wait. Take this too.
Yay! Thank you, pilot.
Yeah.
Oh,
I really like this event.
Me too.
full and pretty. I wonder if they're poisonous.
I love how there's like little baby ones. They're so cute.
Mm-hmm.
That reminds me, I saw jellyfish salad on a menu once and I was like tempted just to try it.
It's interesting. I wonder what's in that.
I hear it doesn't really taste like that much, but I feel like it'll be an experience.
I
Yeah,
wonder if it tastes like seafood.
Yeah,
probably.
that's why I was wondering, but I feel like jellyfish are so different from fish and
Yeah,
like the crustaceans and stuff that I don't
Yeah.
really know.
it is
Who
in the
knows?
sea, but doesn't really look like the other stuff. Oh, hi.
True.
Where are you going? Where is he coming? Is there anyone on the, like, right side of the beach?
Probably.
Leia's here.
Harvey and Evelyn and George are on the right side.
By right, I mean the, like, area you need to cross to with the bridge. There's a lot of people
Oh.
over here.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah. If you go to the docks, Leah's there, and then on the shore, there's Maru, Demetrius, Robin, and then Harvey's kind of just chilling. The Pokemon Stardew mod I'm thinking of, it replaces all the livestock with Pokemon and some other things. Does it only change the sprites, or does it add like other stuff as well?
I'm not sure.
Everybody ready?
Yep.
Yep.
Alrighty. Yes. A little boat.
Bye bye, whoever's in that boat.
They're so cute.
Yeah.
Please.
Oh, the babies.
They're so cute. They're tiny.
My goodness.
And then
That
the one weird
looks
one.
sad.
It looks like that Mario flower. I don't know.
It does.
Oh yeah, like a fireflower.
Yeah.
I wonder what that one's all about though.
Is it the rare green one that the little boy kid was talking about?
Oh,
Maybe?
probably. Okay. Put all of those in there. And then put those in here. And put this here. we go. I can't believe we made it to fall.
Yeah.
Yeah, before we know it, a whole year will be here.
Exactly.
Oh, there's
Hey,
probably new
hey.
fish. I wonder what the new fish are.
Yepperoni.
Mining level 5. Miner or geologist?
Hmm.
I like the geologist one. Give me some good money.
Oh yeah.
Alright, who's on seed duty?
Um.
I'll fish in the ocean, if that's what you're asking.
Okay, let's see what we need. Oh, I love the music in fall.
I'm gonna
Damn.
clear out the
I
old crops.
Okay, we have pumpkins, we need yams, corn, and eggplants. So let me grab the rest of these. I'm gonna make more quality sprinklers. And then we can expand these ones up here at the top and see if we can kind of make a couple rows of them. I think.
Like, replace these?
Yeah, replace these sprinklers and then we can put the other 4 that it can water in those.
Maybe?
I'll show you what I mean. I bet.
Can't we just, like, put the new ones down here so that these are still getting used to?
Can. Okay, we have a total of 13. So.
13?
Yep.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, then 2, 3, so 15. Yeah, we should have enough space already. Do we need another row?
We have 3 left. We can put them down.
Okay. You
I'll
put them
put them
down.
down here.
I'm gonna till the soil.
Tell the soil what to do. We might not have full crops for this one. Because it's not going to get the bottom, but we'll still be able to get some coverage out of them. I guess I'll be on seed duty.
Wait.
Oh my gosh, I have hearing problems. It was seed duty. I heard sea
Yeah.
duty.
No.
That's why I was like, I'll fish in the ocean, sure.
Okay. I'm gonna go grab seeds then.
I'm
I'm
gonna
gonna grab.
figure out a way to have these sprinklers actually do stuff.
It's they can do stuff. You just won't have a full round unless you want to move them over. You can.
Yeah, I want to move them.
Yeah,
I'm
you're
trying to
welcome to
figure
move
out a
them.
good space for that.
I just put them there so I could see them. Okay. We have pumpkin. I'm gonna get some more pumpkin. Get some more corn.
Guys, you know what Diddy parties are? They keep saying Diddy parties in my chat, and I don't know what it is.
I have no idea what it is either. Oh, I can only get 1 cranberry.
One?
No. I can get 2.
Okay, this is gonna be this is not the greatest farm layout, but it's gonna be functional.
We'll have a space for cranberries
Oh
whenever we
no.
harvest some things. Oh, are you putting them down there too? It's a decent idea, actually.
Yeah, I'm making another patch here. A
I should have
little
grabbed some.
wonky, but that'll work.
I'll make some grass starter so I can put some more grass over there.
Oh, let me grab the sprinklers.
Of course, I can't make grass starter. Not on my own. Okay.
What do I need
Um,
for those? Scout kit. Has that always been a thing?
I don't think so.
Good, actually. Then you don't need a kitchen.
Okay, there's the rest of the corn.
Wait, that's not... There we go. We have a second patch over here. We're gonna have to water them today, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let me get my watering can. Oh, I can't see the seeds.
It's because it's fertilizer.
Oh, that's fertilizer?
Yeah. You can just water all of the
Yeah, I'll
spots.
just water everything.
Doing this because we need the gold pumpkins.
Oh, what's the green one?
It's the like next level up or something like that.
Of the fertilizer?
Yeah. It's ones that I got from like something. Okay. Pumpkins. I'm gonna put here. Oh, oops. We're gonna have to water this last line by hand.
Where?
This last line down here by hand. Because these won't get
Uh,
reached. It's fine.
that's okay. If we ever
I
end up
don't.
planting more stuff, we could swap out the sprinklers at the top for like quality sprinklers and bring those down to that final row.
Yeah. We're definitely gonna end up getting more seeds.
We finished a bundle.
Yeah, we just need the ones that's in the river when it rains now. So I'll have to wait for that.
Which one is that?
It's a walleye. It's from 6 a.m. to 7
Oh,
p.m. when it rains in the river.
Okay. That's all I have
oh.
seeds for, except for 2 of the cranberries, but I kind of want to hold to plant those because I'd like to have them on like the same
You
rack.
can plop them on here and we can just fill this whole thing with cranberries.
Yeah. They'll just be off for a bit.
Okay, I have no energy. I'm gonna go look for George to give him his pepper. I don't know when he shuts his door. I might not be able to get in.
Okay.
Can I plant the mixed seeds as well?
We what?
Can I plant the mixed seeds?
Oh, Sailor set up the thing, so... Oh, whoops.
Okay, I'll wait.
I don't know
You
how
can
it's set up.
plant them. I don't mind.
Okay.
I didn't have enough seeds to cover up the whole patch, so.
I think we have some in the chest, too. Oh, actually, we have, pumpkin seeds from the
Already
museum.
planted them. Unless they're
Did
still at
you
the
pick up the
museum, I've
ones
already
you
planted.
had?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll check my museum tomorrow to see if I get separate pumpkin seeds.
So we all get them separately. There we go.
Do, 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 do.
Nighttime.
Honestly, I feel like I can nap so hard right now. There's a possum.
In the game?
Yeah. It's the
I
first time
didn't
I've
even
seen a
know that.
possum. Hmm.
I want to get bunnies. I've never gotten bunnies in Stardew.
We should. We need the rabbit's foot anyways. Out there doing the work.
I have like a perpetual 10k channel points all the time for your channel. I'll figure something out for you, Jack. I will add a Jack redeem. It's just for you to spend points. Yeah, there's Bunnies Day.
Bunny days. Oh.
Little guys.
I thought you
Hello,
said
little
there's bunny
guys.
days.
I'm thinking of going back to the like points thing. I'm thinking of adding a paint doodle redeem because I've been finding
Mhm.
those enjoyable. It'll be high. It'll be like 10k, 20k maybe. Maybe probably
Yeah,
20k, but we'll be able to request a silly paint doodle. I'm thinking of adding that in.
that'd be cool.
Mimi, I have 30K on your channel, so I'll be all
30?
up in that.
I have like 11K
30?
right now.
Oh, oh yeah, I gotta add that then.
Guess what? It's gonna rain tomorrow.
Ooh.
Yay! Then we can fish that fish.
Yeah. Okay, we got this bottom row. That's it.
Thank you for the plushie pilot.
And we're done.
Though we're not adding a Kung Fu Panda or Shrek redeem. Neither of those is happening.
A Shrek redeem would be awesome, though.
And make it a sound alert.
Oh my goodness.
All Star starts playing.
Yeah. It's gonna mute the part of our VOD, but yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Can we get milk from
why is this
this one yet?
gone?
What?
Huh?
What is
Parts
gone?
of our patch is gone,
Oh, that's because we're not using it, so it like dries up.
but there's fertilizer on it.
Eh, it doesn't matter. It'll still
That's
dry up.
annoying.
Oh, is that where? Oh, these are quality sprinklers. I should have been planting here.
Oh, that part's the cranberry part, but this entire
Oh.
area is like the big field. Oh, part of it isn't actually. The almost the entire thing is getting watered by quality sprinklers.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's just the right edge and the bottom edge that's not getting watered.
Yeah.
I
Too
think I
bad
saw
compared
that.
to what
I
we
did
used to. What?
not
Here's Lantern is
see
out
the
here.
I put that there.
Okay, I'm going fishing. Going
Oh,
fishing.
Burger! Let me go meet Burger.
You still
Hi, Burger!
Burger, such a great name. We have the bulletin board now, by the way.
Yeah.
Ooh. Oh my gosh, Burger's all grown up, and it's my first
Yep.
time meeting them.
Yup.
I'm a great parent. Okay.
Haley. Haley. Why?
You're
Haley's help
looking for me?
wanted for girls only. Psst, I need an eggplant. You know what that's for. Keep it a secret, okay?
Ooh, do we want to fish for albacore from the bulletin board, or do we want to get 100 crab pieces? Bug
Uh,
guts.
100?
I think I want the albacore one, but
I
that's
want the
just
Yeah.
me.
albacore one, yeah.
Yeah, same.
I wonder if we all have to accept that.
Now it automatically accepts us for all of us.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna go fish.
Oh, where was Albacore? Ocean?
Uh-huh. I have not been to the ocean in like a million years,
Me
man.
too.
I also forgot that we even had crab pots out here.
I don't think we're actually using those. They just they just kind of chill there.
Jack, stop punching me.
Jack, that's rude. How about a Raiden plushie redeem? No. Even though I love Raiden? No.
Ooh, a train.
Wait, I want to go
Something,
check that out.
yeah. Something might fall off the train, like a pair of green boots.
Ooh.
Oh, I'm
I don't know
kind
what
of
else
lost.
can fall off of it.
I think this is the second time we're getting the train.
Mm-hmm. First time we missed it. We didn't go check it.
I'm going, but I don't have anything to hit the train with, so
I
we'll
don't think
just
you have to hit it.
get anything that it drops itself. I think you get, like, from a specific part of the train, if you hit it, you get more stuff. But I'm not sure. It's dropping coal right now. Got a piece of copper.
Mm. Ooh, I got a super cute or sea cucumber.
Do it for Springtrap. I can add plush trap redeem.
Yay, one of my targets. Now you're targeting me, Jack.
Is that grape? What is that? Oh, blackberry. It's blackberry season.
Oh
Did
yeah,
my
we need to get
foraging
forageables
bundle
too.
complete? Oh, I'm right
No.
by the community center. I'll just drop that off. I
A
haven't
lost
been
bet.
here in so long. Fall. There we go.
Thank you, Jay. Another sea cucumber.
You're getting so lucky with the cucumbers.
I don't even think they're that hard to catch. I think it's just the super cucumber that's hard to catch.
Yeah, the super cucumber is the hard one.
Oh my god.
Oh, we're all here.
I was trying to fish all this albacore. I haven't seen a single albacore.
Me neither.
Oh boy. Maybe it's a nighttime fish? Pond fishies.
I'm trying to think of like the best dad joke I have.
Can you think of a fish related one?
Uh, I'm trying to. I can't remember any of them off the top of my head. Oh, I got a good one. What does a mermaid wash their fins in? Tide.
So it's 6 a.m. to 11 a.m. and 6 p.m. to 2 a.m. So that might be why.
Probably.
6 a.m. to what?
11
11.
a.m. and then
Hmm.
6 p.m. to 2 a.m.
Oh.
Oh, hey Willie. I got a diamond out of the river. I'll just
Ooh.
move.
Hello, Ellie. Thank you for redeeming your tulip.
Ooh, it's 6 p.m.
We should be able to get some albacore now.
Ha! First one.
Nice.
And I got the old mariner achievement again.
Jay, SpongeBob isn't a fish.
SpongeBob is coral.
Thank you for the
Fishy, come here.
seconds. Hydrate, Ellie. I hope you're doing good.
I lost that super cucumber. I'm sad.
Oh my gosh. That is probably a super cucumber.
You.
Yeah.
Okay, wait. 10.
He's a fish. Why else would he be under the sea? Fish aren't the only creatures that live under the sea.
There's vertebrates and invertebrates. There is coral, which is more like the sea plant life, and then there's the fish. And then there's crustaceans and shellfish, cephalopods. Technically, a sponge, I think, would be a coral. A vertebrate is something with actual bones in them. So, like, we are vertebrates, but, like, I think an octopus is an invertebrate.
Yeah, I think so.
Stop coming over here to me and let me catch you.
I have not gotten a single albacore.
It's okay, I've gotten like one.
Oh, I just got my second one.
I was about to say Pilot's got the prime spot, but it's only the second one. What do you call a bunch of dads standing in line? A
Can't
barbecue.
think of it. Barbecue.
What?
The Titanic isn't a creature, Jack. It's not a living creature.
The Titanic is, in fact, a metallic vessel of human creation, otherwise known as a ship.
You don't have to be a living creature to be under the sea, Jack.
Oh, the Titanic is very much a dead thing. It does not move no more. In fact, I think it's actually like kind of falling apart too, actually, from what I
Yeah,
remember.
it's been a long time, so
Yeah, it's eroding pretty bad.
yeah.
And ice is also not a living thing, but it floats around in the ocean.
Stone and sand are not living things either.
Jack is very much is mayonnaise an instrument kind of person. Okay, as done, because it's midnight.
Oh yeah, it's late.
Oh, I saw that super cucumber come in. GG's.
Nice.
Thank you. What if I go under the sea? Then you would be under the sea, Jay. What do you mean?
You would be alive until you couldn't hold your breath anymore unless you had something strapped to your face, and then you had to wait until it ran out of oxygen, and then you'll be in trouble. Love you, Jack, but you do have those Patrick level questions, to be honest.
I am going straight to bed.
I'll sell the fish tomorrow. Because there's a couple that need to go to the community center. Or at least one of them needs to go to the community center. Let's see, what is that fish that is due in the fall?
Oh, you said it's raining today, right?
Uh-huh.
It's
Yes.
walleye then.
Yes. It's a 12 p.m. to 2 a.m.
Okay.
fish.
Is that the only
12
one that's
p.m.
in fall?
to 2 a.m.?
Yeah, 12 p.m. 2 a.m.
Oh, we need to get the river trout too.
I think that one's pretty easy.
Yeah.
River.
Yeah. And it's in the or tiger trout, not river trout. It's in the
Oh,
river.
I thought I just got that one. We should
Oh, did
already
we?
have that turned in.
Okay. Knocking this community center out.
Oh, little pilot?
Hello.
Are you
Um,
trying to fish out Greg? Did you lose him in
yeah.
the bed?
I think we lost him like in the crack over. You know,
Oh
In the
I
no.
was,
crap.
I was a little worried.
Oh, I'll move the bed sometime. Get him out of there.
Funny. Funny, funny.
Do we have a second fish chest?
You can make one.
Wood. Chest. And then, um, no space for chest.
I'm so used to having the big barn that I'm like, ugh. I have to go collect it from the cow.
Let me place this right here. And then it's walleye time.
I go through this fish chest again.
I feel like this farm's smaller than the other ones. I'm at the river, right? Yeah.
I'm getting rid of the shad.
I just plop everything in the chest. You guys can sell whatever you want.
We need to get that upgraded fishing pole um, from Willie. If you're down by the ocean pilot, you can swing down there and see if he has that deluxe one that we could put the bait on and get it. If you
Sure, I'll
want
take a
it.
look. Yeah. I think he did. Ooh, cutscene. I've never been in here before, I realize.
Well,
Come on,
okay.
fishies. We spent so much time trying to get a catfish, and the first one I caught was a catfish.
Yeah, I think we were trying to catch a catfish and then I realized it was the wrong, like, wrong season or something.
I'm pretty sure we got one. We were just struggling because our rods were like tiny. The bar was
Yeah.
tiny. Oh,
Yeah.
whoops. There you go. Why is my energy so low?
Mhm.
Guess I went to bed late with low energy. Did not pay attention to that.
Oh yeah, it's a fiberglass rod. It looks like it has a space for bait. It's 1800.
You can go ahead and grab one.
Are you sure? In all my games, I usually just use the basic rod until I can get the iridium rod, actually.
Yeah, that's what
So
I
you
do
can get one for
too.
yourself if you want. I'll grab it
Okay.
for you if you
It's
want
up to
it.
you. Sure.
I'll grab you one. I'll put it in the chest.
Okay, it's officially walleye time. Come on, little guy. Walleye isn't very little, actually.
Walleye, I think is where is Walleye?
I think
It's
it's
in
in
the
the river.
rivers in the mountain lake in the cedar sap
I'm
pond.
by Leah's, Oh, I got it.
Nice.
I'm
Sweet.
gonna keep fishing here. If you had to
Did we
pick
get
a
that?
favorite cheese, what would you choose? There's a very specific type of white brine cheese. I would choose that.
Hmm. Sounds delicious.
It is great.
I'd probably go with smoked Gouda from the cheeses that I've tried, that'd probably be mine. Done and done.
Oh, nice. The bundle's complete.
Yes, sir.
Would you rob the cheese cave given the chance? Oh, I got the tiger trout too.
Sweet.
I don't think so.
My stomach would not be happy with me if I did.
Are we done with the fish or
I think
do we
so,
still
actually, other
have...
than there's just the albacore thing, which I think we need like 3 more for.
Oh no, the bundle.
Mm,
Oh yeah, we only need like a desert fish and a fish that we can only get in the secret forest, I think.
yeah.
Oh
But
yeah,
otherwise we're
snapfish and
done.
wood skip. Yep.
We need to upgrade, I think, to iron level axe,
Yeah, I think so.
which I can do that because I have the copper one already.
Which bundle was the bus stop one?
The bus stop one, I think, is the foraging one.
We'll get that soon too then.
Mm-hmm.
Fish. Actually, we're doing the albacore thing, right? Oh,
Yeah.
whoops.
Yep.
Whoops. Let me go to the ocean. I don't have to be fishing here. Since we got everything already.
The tiniest little red snapper I've ever seen.
Alright, down here.
I am sorry, Pilot. I do see that conversation going on. Again. I've seen that conversation pop up like 3 times recently.
Recently, oh my goodness. Yeah, Arissa knows as well. She knows I like pineapple on pizza.
I love pineapple on pizza. I
Same.
love a Hawaiian pizza.
Same.
Now I want one.
Yeah, it's actually been a while for me since I had one. I really want one.
Yeah. I have some frozen fruit in there that I had been using for sangria. Maybe I'll figure out a way to use it for something else.
That sounds
Oh,
good.
oh. I have like no skill to catch this super cucumber whatsoever.
Sometimes it's fairly easy. Other times, it's just way too fast.
Yeah. I need you to calm down, buddy. Stop fighting me.
Oh, I didn't know we could catch an eel in fall. Oh, I want to get this.
Are you getting tired yet? You got tired finally. Sweet.
I wish there was a minecart by the community center.
Yeah, that would be nice. I got another freaking super cucumber on the line.
I'm not getting
Nope,
any
that was an eel. Never mind.
albacore.
We should be starting to get them.
Um, I ran out of space.
Eat some
Me
fish.
too.
I'm gonna
So you
throw
start eating
away
them.
the broken CD. There you go. Go ahead, Jay. What is your question?
No.
Does pineapple belong on pizza? I have not tried pineapple on pizza. However, I am not a fan of cooked fruit, and pineapple is a fruit, so I don't think I would like it. It doesn't have to do with it being on the pizza, it's just do not cook fruit. Cooked fruit isn't nice.
I'm just gonna stay out of the conversation. I'm just gonna back myself away and be like, there you go, Jay. You got someone to not shoo off your turf.
Jay and I have the same pizza preference. We don't like toppings on our pizza.
You like straight cheese?
Yeah.
Honestly, you know what? I can vibe with that. Sometimes you just like some basic ass straight cheese pizza.
That's so true.
Like it just hits the spot sometimes.
I really like taking cheese pizzas home or like getting like frozen cheese pizza and just like putting whatever I want on top. Like maybe just like some spices
Oh yeah.
or just stuff.
You could just kind of do it up the way you want to. Or just
Yeah,
have like a bite of nostalgia. Whatever you want to do with it.
exactly.
I picked up like 3 super cucumbers.
That's amazing.
There's so many super cucumbers for some reason.
There has not been a single albacore for me tonight.
I got one, I think. Now I'm heading back because I don't have space.
Jay and Jack, you don't have to yell in everyone's chat.
Yeah, it's so funny. It's all caps, the whole conversation. They also did this in my server for, I think it felt like an hour straight. And
Oh my
everyone was just
god.
like, everyone else was just like, how's the weather in between it?
Yeah.
It was amazing.
Just having like yeah. Uh
Um, I have a sonar bobber. Oh, it's the
if you
one that you were talking about.
yeah.
Ooh, I'm gonna put that in the white chest. There we go. Oh my gosh, it is 140.
Whoop. I thought about it for a second. Do we all need to sleep in the same bed again to make it? Jay and Jack, y'all both started it. Final executive decision. Y'all both started it. Spitting images of each other.
Violet?
Hello?
Oh, did
Hi.
you did you try to kill Greg?
You have no evidence.
What do you
Oh, the fair's coming up. The fair's coming up.
mean? The one where we have to have a thingy
Like,
with our products?
yeah, display. It's okay. We have a bunch of like probably iridium style
Yeah,
or
we
level stuff,
do.
so
We have iridium, eggs, and fish. I know that for a fact.
Okay. Sunflower seeds the seeds do not need to be in here. What is this chest?
Which one?
I'm fixing this chest.
I
It's okay.
The second chest, I put your fiberglass rod in, the equipment one.
Okay.
And furniture, I'm assuming. I could be wrong. That's what I've been putting in there.
Fine with me. Okay. I'm making some more chests. Because we need it. Um. Okay, you go in here. You come out.
Where is Burger? Let me take a look at Burger. Hi, Burger.
I feel like they added new music for the fall. Like, I don't think I've ever heard this song before.
It sounds familiar to me.
Okay, we have a seed chest
Nice.
that I'm putting here.
I'm gonna go to the community center and then... Oh no, I forgot his name. Oh, Clint. I'm going to Clint and the community center.
Oh, I should have given you something.
Oh, I can come back. I'm at Clint's.
It's fine.
Store.
I'm selling the spangle.
Come on, Clint, you're really slow. We got eggplant seeds.
Wait.
Alright, this should finish the river fish bundle, I think.
Oh, you can put the squash in the preserves jars. I wonder what comes out of that.
Ooh.
Interesting.
Nice. Ooh, I got a glow ring.
Finally. I think there's one you can make, actually.
There should be.
What do I need for it? Glowstone ring, solar essence, and an iron bar. Kind of expensive to make. Let's see if we got it.
Thank you for the plushie, Jay. I'm gonna go back to the farm to drop off all of these stuff.
Honestly, you know what? This glowstone ring that we can make is actually better.
Does it?
Yeah, because it not only does it's a magnet ring, but it's also a glowstone ring.
Oh, yeah, that's better.
So if we get enough stuff to make one for all of us, We should do that. I do have a magnet ring that I'm getting rid of. So I'm gonna leave that in the box. We have enough iron because we need 5 iron ingots for it. And then we need 6 more solar essences.
Do you want me to plant eggplants? And if yes, where do I plant them?
You can probably, how many do you have? You can plant them here,
8.
and if you need any extras, you can put them up there with the cranberries, or you could just put them on that bottom row, since we have a couple plants to plant there anyways.
Down here.
Yeah. I'm gonna go get more cranberries while we have all this money.
Why does Amazon keep recommending me her outfit? Because she has a cool outfit. I love her
No,
so
it's
much.
it's in his continue where you left off recommendations, which means been looking at it.
Mm-hmm.
There's your answer, Jay.
Exposed.
He exposed himself the other day.
Sorry. Oh, wait a second. Hold on.
You don't accidentally click stuff like that, Jay. You see it, you think it's cool. That's because you click it.
We could have done wheat last season. Wheat's another one.
Wheat?
Wheat's another one that we need for the community center.
Can't we just buy that from Marty? Or like pick it up from the silo?
No, that's hay. I
Oh,
don't know how to
right.
pick it out of the silo. How do you pull it out of the silo?
The hay?
Yeah,
It just goes to the like coop and stuff.
but I can't. I have to like I guess whenever there's a spot open, it'll give me some.
Hello, thank you for the follow. Feel free to lurk or chat with us. Welcome, welcome. And we reached the follower goal.
Hey.
Thank you, everyone.
Yay!
Okay. The cranberry crop field has been filled.
Nice. Those are getting watered automatically, right?
Yep. Yep,
Did
they
we finish
are.
the albacore thing?
Not
I don't
yet.
think so.
I'll come by the ocean then.
Yeah, we need like 2 more, I think.
Yeah, I'll go fishing in the ocean for the albacore. Would it be faster to go to Clint and then walk to the ocean?
Probably.
Trying that out. I always just walk there, but
Yeah, it's slightly faster.
oh yeah, this seems faster. Hi pilot.
Hello.
Your Santa outfit wasn't confirmed that you had to wear it all December until yesterday. What exactly was your bet, Jack? What exactly? What kind of bet did you get yourself into?
Sounds like one of the usual ones for him.
On albacore, please. You guys have a favorite fruit?
Uh, Pears?
Ooh, that's a
Here?
good one.
Love a good pear.
I like grapes.
Do you have a favorite like color of grapes or kind of grape?
Yeah, I like the green ones that are like that don't have seeds inside. They're like sweet and
Mm,
crunchy.
delicious.
I think mine's are peaches or mangoes.
I've
Ooh.
never had a mango. I really want to try a mango because I really like mango juice.
I got a mahogany seed. Sweet.
Fish
We did it!
does not matter.
Yay!
Ooh, nice. Oh, all three of us get the reward. We're gonna be rich.
Oh my gosh, we should do
Holy.
this all the time.
Yeah. Let's do the fishing ones. Only fishing.
Watermelon, mangoes, cherries. I've told my story about how I
The
made
cherry one,
myself
yeah.
scared of cherries, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. The trees are growing on up. I'm gonna plant this mahogany seed up there by Grandpa's thing.
You're scared of cherries? Okay. Here's a short retelling of the story. At some point, I convinced myself that um whenever I eat a cherry, there's gonna be a worm inside. I don't know how that happened, but I just convinced myself that every single cherry has a worm inside, and I don't want to eat a worm. Bus stop.
A part of me wonders, like, if that's something that may have happened and you just don't remember it. Like your
It's
brain like blocked it out.
possible for cherries to have worms inside, but I don't think I've had a cherry with a worm inside, unless it was so scary that I just erased that memory.
Yeah.
That's the same chance with apples. Yeah, but you like slice the apple, you can see inside the apple when you're eating it. You can't really see inside a cherry until you eat it. And like the texture, I don't know. I feel like I couldn't tell if there was a worm inside. And then I would
Or
eat the worm.
you could slice the cherry in half,
That would be
but
too
they're
much
kind of
work
small.
though. Yeah.
Yeah.
And if you slice the apple, the worm can still be hidden. Yeah, but it's much more likely that it like slowly went inside by like making a tunnel from the outside. So at some point while you're slicing the apple, you would see that hole.
Yeah. Ooh, we got a loom. We can make a loom now.
Ooh.
So we can make fabric.
Did we figure out how the rice works?
You have to put it through a mill.
Did we have that? Hi,
Nope.
Violet.
Hi! The leaves are so pretty.
I think Robin actually has to make it. Honestly, I can't wait until it gets fall where I'm at so I can start seeing the colors change again.
Same. It's my favorite season, I think.
We can make a farm computer now? What? What is this?
Is that the like progress thingy?
We need a battery, a dwarf gadget, and a refined core. It scans the farm and displays useful information. Interesting.
Very
Okay.
interesting.
Okay, I need to go upgrade my pickaxe. So,
We don't need any more fish, right?
not until we can get to the desert. And,
Okay.
which one do you think I should do first? The pickaxe or the, axe? If I do the axe, we can get the wood skip.
Your choice.
I'm gonna do the axe first. Because at least then I can still go down into the mines.
Yeah, you'd have
I think
stuff
it's
to
just...
do.
Oh, oops, I accidentally put that away. It's just
Right.
5 iron, right? I
Did
think?
anyone check on the animals?
Nope.
Alright, I'm gonna do that then.
Thank you.
Chickens. Hi, Hilda. Where's Gretchen? Hi, Gretchen. Get some more mayo going.
You know what? While I'm down there, I should probably get the other things done too, if I can. I should get the geodes done. Looks like they're done already, though.
Is there a seasonal event anytime soon?
There's the fair.
Do you remember when that is?
Nope. I hope it's not today. I'm gonna check the calendar.
Wait, do you not have milk? You do have milk.
The fair is on the 16th.
Got time.
And then Spirits Eve is on the 27th. Yeah, we
I
got
like the
time. We got time to
labyrinth
make
in
friends
that
with
one.
Marnie. She likes crystal quartz.
Ooh.
I got a skeleton. I got papyrus.
I think I'll do 1 or 2 more days. And
Okay.
then call it a day for today.
Sounds good.
Seeds. There. Donate.
Oh, I meant to sell that to him. So I think he'll take this. Yeah.
I'm gonna go redeem the prize ticket in Lewis's home. I don't remember if I've done this before. It's this thing.
I got some broccoli. Do we have an apricot thing already?
I haven't seen it.
Okay.
Oh, you mean like trees?
Yeah.
The only 2 trees we do not have are the last 2 in the list, which I think are pomegranate and apple.
Okay. We may end up with an additional apricot one.
I didn't
Sounds
even
like
know
a
we had
good thing.
broccoli in this game.
And continues to harvest after. Good to know.
Broccoli?
There's 12 of them.
There's gonna be 36 because we all get 12.
We're just gonna have to water some more stuff.
Wait, what are we all getting right now?
Broccoli.
Broccoli.
Oh, from Lewis's house?
Yeah.
Oh, nice. Okay.
This... I don't know why. I guess maybe I never paid attention to the fall's music before, but the music for this year really, really reminds me of Okami. I think it's Shinshu Field that actually it reminds me of.
I don't think I played that.
Okami is great. If you ever have a chance to play it, I highly, highly recommend it. They do have it for Switch and they have it on PC with an HD remake. I think Switch has an HD remake too. I think it's like 10 bucks, I think, on Steam. Really, really great game. It's the Japanese art, brush art style art, and then it also has Japanese mythology where you get to
Sounds
Oh.
meet
really cool.
gods and you play as one of them.
Oh, I did see this in the stores before. I think I wanted this a long time ago, but I forgot about it. So thank you for reminding me.
Yeah,
It is a really cool art style. It's like the sumie style.
it's a great game. I love it. Okay, I got
Oh,
the 10 hay.
nice.
We need to get some wheat and plant that too. Thing that sucks about the
Does
wheat is the
does
different
wheat
qualities.
have a season? Is it?
It's this season and summer.
How many wheats do you want me to buy? I can buy some.
I don't know.
It's 10 gold, so
It's pretty cheap. You can get quite a few if you want.
cool.
Because I
Grab
think
some.
they want 10 wheat, but it has to be like the same quality. Like it can't be like different qualities because otherwise they won't stack.
Oh, that's annoying.
Yeah, that is annoying. I grabbed
Mm,
50 just in case. We
That's fine.
might want to buy some more later. I don't know.
We can plant some now, and then if we need to plant more later, we can. We got the whole season, so it's not that bad.
Oh yeah,
I'm
they
d
only take 4 days. Not bad.
Yeah. I'm dealing with that fight right now with my year 3 one because I needed, well, I've dealt with it. I needed to get that to finish off the community center, and it would not give me the same quality wheat for 10 of them at one time. So I even think right now I have like another batch of wheat being grown to try to get up to the 10 because I'm missing like, I don't know, like one or two.
That is so annoying.
Incredibly annoying. Darn it, I forgot to turn that thing in. Oh, hold on, hold on, hold on. Uh, I have a decoration to put in town again.
Oh. There's some new stuff in the museum too that you can redeem.
I like where I placed that one.
I didn't think this through.
Oh, he wants that. Oh no.
I don't think I want to make 40 new spots right now.
Oh no.
Just, oh no. Oh, are you chewing them in the middle? Okay.
Did we figure something out for the broccoli?
I just put them at the bottom.
Oh,
We
okay,
might
we're
not be
gonna
able to
have to
plant
do
them all.
something else. Yeah, I'll put them in the seed chest.
Yeah.
Oh no, where's the
If
seed
anything, we
chest?
have them for next season. It's ne right next to the exit. This yellow
The,
one.
the yellow one?
Over here by the exit off the farm. Um, let me see if I can make any more of these
Oh, this one.
good sprinklers. I can. I can make 2 of them. And I need what? 5? Okay.
I'm gonna sleep. Because I have very low health and energy.
Me too. Hello, Mimi.
Hi, Pilot. Do you guys want to do one more day?
Sure.
Okay.
Sounds good.
Yeah. I'll go sleep now. Now that I've replaced two of the things.
Did you change the sprinklers?
I changed two of them.
Nice.
2,500 bucks. Heck yeah.
Good morning, Pilot.
Good morning, Mimi.
We have eggplants.
Oh,
Yay!
nice.
I don't know what Haley wants with them, but she said if you know, you know, and I don't know.
What?
I'm kidding. I don't think I want to know.
Dude, I can
Hi,
only imagine.
chickens.
I don't want to imagine anymore.
Oh, we have full hearts with the chickens.
Close the stream.
Yay!
Holy shoot, Bites, how did you get that cross out effect?
Did they do vanish? Oh, no, they didn't.
Oh, wait, did I get the door for the chickens? I did not. Be free. Burger. Hi, burger.
These can be dried. Oh, fried. Never mind. I wonder if these can also go in the preserved jars. Interesting. Corn.
Imagine Stardew had creepers that blew up your stuff. I would not be happy.
I would be livid.
I don't like creepers in Minecraft.
Nah, they creep up too much. They blew up my submarine that I was building.
Oh,
Like the back of it. I had to like replace it and everything.
that is my food for the day. Time to go to the mines.
I got two more, so we just need enough gold to make one more, I think, and then I can replace all of these. And then we don't have to water
Nice.
these top ones.
Going into mines, so I think next week we can have everything replaced.
Yeah.
I'll join you.
I'm
I'm gonna go
down
make
at
friends with Marnie so
35
we can get those
and there's
shorts.
a magic thingy here. Just so you know, Pilot.
Oh, it's that guy.
There we go.
Oh, you got him!
Oh, ladder. Oh, this guy. Oh, I'm not hitting it. There we go. Ladder. Oh no.
No, don't be infested, please.
There's a ladder. Maybe there's a ladder.
We hope, we hope.
Oh, ladder!
You're so lucky. Oh my gosh, we're so lucky.
That was so good. Okay, we might be able to make it to 90. We have a chance. Can I steal torches from the mines? I can.
Yeah.
Hi, little guy. Oh my gosh. There we go. Now, have we gone around the entire thing?
Oh, ladder.
Eat this, actually. Maybe one more. Please don't figure out how to get here, little guy. Please don't figure out how to reach me. What is that thing? I don't know what that ore is. Just kill it? What if it kills me instead? What do I do then? Please don't figure out how to get here. Please. Please don't. You don't have to figure that out, little guy. You really don't.
Oh, there's so many.
Yep.
Oh, hi, sailor.
I don't think the knockback is working very well right now. For some reason.
Ladder. We made
Down
it to
I go.
90!
Yay!
We got a sword!
Oh, yes, a better sword, funnily.
Oh my gosh.
Heck
Oh, this
yeah.
is so much better.
It's probably the sword that I've been using in my level. 3, 1.
Oh no. Oh my gosh. Do you guys want to try or are we immediately giving up?
No. We got this.
Oh, we found the ladder.
Wait, where's the ladder?
Down.
Okay. Is that a netherite sword? I'm pretty sure it's obsidian.
Yeah, it's a pretty good sword to be honest. I hate this dude. I don't know how to deal with him.
Okay. Oh,
Oh.
that was pretty quick.
Yeah, I think it's a new sword. There's a ladder.
Ladder?
Yeah, all the way at the end.
Oh, there's two of these guys. Oh no, there's also one of these guys.
We got it.
Oh, I'm cornered. Oh no.
Oh, shoot. I'm out of health.
Run.
Okay, good luck, guys. I have no health or energy.
No.
I'm going to bed.
Okay.
We got this.
We're good. We're good. We'll be okay, I think.
Yes, the Stardew multiplayer jank. Made the dude just stand there and take the hits.
They just fly sometimes. Like, what? Why is this guy not? Oh, What is just
That's the
stuck
jank.
there?
Okay.
There's no ladder, I think.
I haven't seen one yet.
Well, let's find one. I hope we can get to 95.
I know I can at least make another glowstone ring.
Ooh.
We have enough for at
I
least one more.
took the one from
The magnet ring.
the... no, not the magnet ring, the glow ring. I
Ladder.
found the ladder. Oh, we both found the ladder. So you can
The
put
hell was
in...
that noise?
Get the first ones. Hi, little slime guy. Oh, I'm dying. Oh,
Easy.
whoops. Sorry. I was trying to eat it. Any enemies around here?
Ladder.
Yay! We
95.
made it to 95.
You guys are
Great.
amazing.
Yeah. And it's only 7 p.m.
Let's see if there's gold here. Hi, Pilot!
Hello, I'm back.
This sword is so good.
Yeah, oh my gosh. We can be at ease now.
It's not good in the skull caverns, I can tell you that.
You need like the prismatic sword for the skull cavern. That's a wild
Yeah.
place. What
Also
farm did we
bombs.
choose?
Meadow?
Got it.
Meadowlands?
Got the
It's a farm that's
chickens.
very much for I have a ladder over here. Very much for the animals, more so than crops.
Oh, got it.
But it's a pretty decent amount.
So much gold.
Oh, there's a dude.
Oh, magic guy somewhere around here. Hi. Oh, I can't hit you. Call Cavern Jack. Oh, ladder. We're on a roll.
You really
Yeah.
are.
Oh. There we go.
Nice.
Nah. Sorry.
Nothing down here.
I think we can make it to 100.
I have no mining energy, so I'm counting on you.
I don't have any food left. Ladder.
I can give you
Nice.
food.
Oop, there's a
I
dude.
got a mushroom.
That dude is
You
so
want a
sad.
mushroom?
He takes one hit. I'm good. For right now. What's up, buddy? What's up, other buddy? Oops.
So many friends.
I wonder if there's a ladder already at the end of this one. Probably not.
Maybe. I'm just getting the gold.
We just need 2 more game.
Oh,
Ladder!
ladder.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, there's a ladder right here.
Yes, we're at 100.
Oh my god.
100! Yay!
Is this our first star drop? It's our first one, right?
Yeah. Oops.
Oh
A really bad
God.
time to eat it.
Mine sounds really bad. Oh no.
What's your favorite thing, Mimi? What you put?
Chickens.
The strange taste of chicken. Oops.
Mine tastes like plains.
For what mine said, to be honest. I might have put like cats or something.
Oh no.
Which is weird.
Hi, little guy.
That was an amazing run. That was like at least 10 levels.
Yeah.
That was definitely the best mine run we've had since we
Ooh,
started.
Mhm.
that's fantastic. I think we only have like 20 more to go.
Oh my gosh. We're on day 7 already.
Yeah.
Wow. Alright, I'm gonna switch over to my talking screen.
Okay.
Oh, you guys are tiny over here. Should I try to make you bigger? I don't know how to make you guys bigger and also have us all fit on the screen at the same time.
Yeah.
I think we did some great progress today.
Yeah.
We did pretty good. We finished summer. We did a lot in the mines. We finished a bunch of bundles.
We did.
It
We
was a
did some
good
great work.
Stardew Sunday.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Fantastic as usual, with great progress.
Where are you?
Mm,
Yep.
do you have anyone in mind to rate pilot?
Um, let's see. You guys want to watch some Pokemon?
Sure.
Cool.
Pokemon.
I will send you the username.
Yeah.
Gotta catch 'em all.
Let me know when you send it.
Got it.
Okay.
Oh, raid time.
Start raid. I'm gonna drop the raid message. I keep forgetting about that. Thank you for coming by, everyone. Thank you, Sailor and Pilot, for joining me.
Pleasure as always.
It is definitely our pleasure. Thank you. Bye bye.
Bye.
Bye bye, everyone.
Bye bye.